Hello everyone. Welcome back to the Railing of the Honkais, Part 5. Let's take this train to space. Space! Right. So. These people are out there running. Remember quickly? There's actually a special web event going on right now that I was going to do. It's been a while since we arrived at Zhao. I've made a huge discovery. Let me guess. Something to do with food. You know me. There's such good food in Zhao, but you know, what they don't give... They don't have cosmic fried rice. So? You can't smell the business opportunity here? You're starting to remind me of someone. Wait. Talk about a dish that's popular throughout the universe. Alright, it's decided. Path of the Trailblades today will sell fried rice here in Zhaozu. This is a way of Trailblades too. Trailblazing the delicacies of the universe is, of course, part of the parcel way of Trailblaze. When a Zhao customer arrives, point out the dishes they want. You have the customers also ask for recommendations. Just say, text briefly. I know food drone actually. The dish is being prepared. You can click on the speed of the process. That like fried rice looks really good. I think I have it right now. Simple food that lacks character. But gives credit to credit due that make you feel stuffed. It tastes kind of unique. Food is glorious. Great service, welcoming shop, incredible attention to detail. Small shop, the clean and tidy food is unlike anything you've tasted before. I visit again, the curiosity comfort food. Yeah, this is in Space China. There's like on that Space China space station. Listen, nice to meet you. I'm traveling in merchandise just passing by. I expect Zhao to see selling these intergalactic dishes as well. I've been into our sense of anything. Would you recommend? That's a fried rice. I don't expect a choice, but trust your judgment. Golden brown fried rice appealing to the eye and the stomach. Some people think fried rice was made with only since there's lack of necessity, but I don't think so. As long as the final product is delectable, who cares? That's what he spelled. Can I have some cosmic rice to go, please? It's been a busy whole day. I'm kind of starving. Advertising, not bad. I think I have to do this every day, and I haven't been doing it. You again. Let me bottled soda comfort food. Bottled soda. Bottled soda. No, I look forward to it. Soda brings me happiness. Make abstract concept, promote products, come with business practice. However, undeniable sugar is the most effective way to attain. So look at the menu. Treat snacks makes you quite curious. I love that one. See how the snacks are unique, traced. This is just junk food. This texture, excuse me, you again? We meet again. For those who drift to the stellar seas, almost beating one off counters. In that case, meet us at times. Anyway, suggestions. Any drink. Great day to enjoy great good food. Gives you an interesting feeling. Good energy. Water from the cooling spring of the Luthor's circular waterscape. Same effect. Meanwhile, my colleagues always mentioned tasty field nutrient bars exceptional. How's the taste? An alliance delicacy traveled through the universe. What a heartwarming story. Very authentic. Yeah, I gotta come back to this later. Back to our regularly scheduled program. I've been getting a new team ready. I gotta level you up. Whee! Bing. I just needed more parts for you, and you're like, need a lot. Shall poke my way to victory. Let's get back to the story. As I was running around this crazy space station, getting lost in this place. What are you doing, Ting Yin?
Wasn't this the dead tree Ching Chue showed us earlier? How did it grow all of a sudden?
The power of cocaine.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Even the long-lived might not witness something like this in their lifetime. I'm so lucky.
Maybe someone applied some strong fertilizer?
Such extraordinary energy. It's the Stellaron.
Mr. Yang, do you mean The Stellaron is making the ambrosial arbor grow?
Yes, the Stellaron the Cloud Knights are searching for must be causing this anomaly.
I didn't check what my daily quests were. Camera corrosion, use a consumable. Use techniques easy, break enemies easy. I gotta do a simulated universe. Where resin at? I've actually got max resin, so I should probably do the simulated universe first. Just to burn some resin. World 6. Let's do Nihility Path. Path of Nihility. Over on the story, as you got to use your resin, otherwise it's just getting resin and being wasted. This won't take long. I'll do this and I'll go straight to the story.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
Stay the course. For the clouds.
I'll see you off. Let's begin.
You took the bait.
Spirit never dies. Gale force. Stay the course. For the clouds.
Leave it to me.
This is double speed.
From the blue.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. The dead return!
Gale force.
I don't really like any good shit this time. Where's the Nihility stuff? Just path through Nihility. I'm not getting any Nihility items. Gotta do something. I got this 150. So, God, you're really fast. I need you to be slightly faster. If anything with speed. You do something with speed. 130, 108, 105. Okay. That should be good.
Speed, not haste.
Blam.
Time for a buzz.
For the class.
Let's settle this.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
As easy as that.
Give me an agility like home. God.
Can I have fun? This is double speed.
Gale force. Bullets. From the blue.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Island agility.
One.
Boop.
You took the bait. Time for a buzz.
For the class.
And return!
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Gale force. For the class.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Ready when you are.
Ready?
Stay. Let's wait.
One.
Repay.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Gale force.
Let's begin.
The wind is rising. Bullets. From the blue.
Leave it to me.
Let's get bouncy. I got fixed resistance in.
More enemies.
As easy as that. For the class.
Nothing major. Let's begin. You chose the wrong enemy.
This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Eternal sleep. And return!
Spirit never dies. Gale force.
Leave it to me. You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this.
Look at them anime posing.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Stay the course. For the class.
Receive divinity. Repay.
More enemies. Can I have fun this time? Time for a bug. This combat needs... This is double speed.
Gale force.
Let's begin.
The wind is rising. Bolt! From the bow!
Leave it to me. I'll see you off.
To the class!
You chose the wrong enemy. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
This is going quite well. Great Cosmic Gatsby. I love how I didn't get anything. Oh, give me an agility. Come on. I don't have my nihility skill yet because I haven't given me my nihility skill. I want the glitches. Stop that butt.
More enemies. Time for a bug.
As easy as that. Gale force!
Let's begin.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a bug.
As easy as that. To the class!
Stand down. I'll see you off.
More enemies. This is double speed.
Receive divinity.
Good as new.
As easy as that.
Eternal slip. The dead return!
As easy as that. Gale force! The wind is rising. Bolt! From the bow!
Leave it to me. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong enemy.
As easy as that.
I get the crap beaten out of him. Nihility! We only have two.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed. Time for a bug.
As easy as that. To the class!
I'll see you off.
Can I have fun this time?
I'm fine.
Gale force!
You chose the wrong enemy. The weight be survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this.
Look at all these people in prison.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. The wind is bolt from the bow.
I'll see you off. Receive divinity. Timely treatment.
Stay the course.
Finally. You literally got he's like a weird blob.
Not haste. Speed, not haste.
Let's wait and see. Stay. Repay.
This combat need. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. For the clouds.
Let's settle this. Eternal sleep is not the end. The dead return! Bloom.
Time for a buzz.
Gale force. The wind is rising. Bolt from the bow.
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong end.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
Time for stand down.
Stay down, little buddies. And air code takes awesome.
Eternal sleep. The dead return!
You took the bait. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
As easy as that. Stay the course. For the clouds.
I'll see you off. Receive divinity. Timely treatment. Repay.
Can I have fun this time?
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Spirit never dies. Gale force.
Let's begin. Let's settle this.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. For the clouds.
Leave it to me.
So this team is applying as many debuffs as you can, and delaying enemy turns. So you just keep attacking, and don't let them attack back.
Enemy ahead. No harm in trying. Stay. Let's wait. Repay.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Gale force. The wind is rising. Bolt! From above!
This combat needs This is double speed.
Let's begin. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Can I have fun this time?
So much damage before the turn even starts. Kind of hilarious. Who are you aiming at?
Time for a fun.
Oh, he's gone.
This combat needs optimized. This is double speed.
Gale force.
Good as new. Time for a fun.
Receive divinity.
Good as new.
Repay.
You just don't know when to quit, do you, buddy?
Leave it to me.
I don't have any energy left.
Stand down. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong enemy.
More enemies. This combat needs optimized. This is double
Frozen,
speed.
impaired.
As easy as that.
Let's begin.
Time for a fun.
Stay the course. Gale force. The wind is rough. From above!
Ow.
Nothing major. Leave it to me. I'll see you off.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun. This is double speed.
Rock, paper, vortex.
Eternal sleep is not the dead return! You chose the wrong enemy.
Gale force.
Let's begin.
Rakatovi. Hey. Nility. Where do I go? Currents, divergence, respite. Okay, so got 3 more fights and I'm done here. I gotta fight the boss still. What's this domain? And we're up to the final fight again. This will be the last bit of the simulator universe. We're fighting Kafka.
Never let your guard down in front of your enemy.
Hey, lady.
Stay. Let's wait and see.
What?
Repay.
Trickier to crack. Time for a fun.
Gale Force!
You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I poke.
Not so fast. How does that feel?
Ow.
Spirit never dies. To the clouds! The wind is right. From the bow!
Okay, come back to me.
Divinity.
Good as new. Time for a fun. This is double speed.
As easy as
Eternal sleep. The dead return!
Gale Force!
Zoning out. I can help.
Bloom. Repay.
I can take it.
Leave it to me. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
More enemies.
I'll see you all.
Stay the course. To the clouds!
Can I have fun this time?
Let's begin.
Judge is still alive.
Something for everybody.
Eternal sleep. The dead return!
Watch your feet.
Ow.
Receive divinity.
Good as new.
Repay.
This combat needs This is double speed.
Spirit never dies. Gale Force!
Leave it to me. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
To the clouds! The wind is right. From the bow!
Conky.
Let's begin.
I don't think Cactus had a turn in a long time at this rate. There you go. Round one done.
Take a guess.
More enemies. Time for a fun.
You chose the wrong enemy. Bloom.
Zoning out. I can help.
Receive divinity.
Good as new.
Repay.
This combat needs This is double speed.
Stay the course. Gale Force!
Can I have fun?
Leave it to me. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I'll see you all.
I'm actually curious. What does Illusion even do? Suspicion. Each second suspicion increases the dot taken by 1% attack with 99 time with 2 stacks to be lost at the end of it. Okay. So make sure dots do more. Look at all these debuffs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 debuffs. She just can't do anything apparently.
You took the bait.
Spirit never dies. To the clouds!
Let's begin. You chose the wrong enemy.
Stay the course. Gale force!
This combat needs... This is double speed.
Well, you're not allowed to have a turn.
To the clouds!
Time for a fun.
Something for everybody.
Bloom. Eternal sleep is not the dead return! Leave it to me.
Gale force! The wind is rising. From the bow!
Oh, she dodged all those effects.
This combat needs... This is double speed.
Oh, final phase.
You know nothing of the weight behind survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Yeah, I couldn't slow her down at all.
Who will it be?
Let's begin.
Oh, she chomped 3 people that time.
More enemies. Time for a fun.
I'll see you off. Receive divinity.
Thank you, comrade. To the clouds!
Zoning out. I can do that.
I'm fine. Bloom. Timely treatment.
Can I have fun this time?
Gale force!
You chose the wrong enemy. Receive divinity. Repay.
Don't be scared.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Something for everybody.
Eternal sleep is the dead return! You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
More enemies. This combat needs... This is double speed.
To the clouds! The wind is from the bow!
I'll see you off.
Well, my turn has been messed up, unfortunately. Nothing to do about that.
Time for a fun.
Leave it to me.
Gale force!
Does that thing
Take a guess.
Nothing major. Bloom.
Thank you, comrade.
Let's begin.
This combat needs... This is double speed.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong enemy. Receive divinity. Repay.
Oh, she's gone.
Nice.
Oh, this team works very well.
You're leveled up.
Hey, imagine driving boost and effect hit rate. Awesome. That's really good. Okay, I just needed to do that. Yo. So that's what I want. Down here. Damn. Okay. So about that, now I can get into the main story. Now if I level up and do all the level up stuff. One pass. Nah. Fail. The main story.
Speed, not haste.
Wrong way. How long does this speed boost last for? That's how long it lasts for. Cube. Treasure cube.
Intriguing.
Be free, little bird. Crouching target, hidden assholes.
Time for a fun.
Gale force.
Time for a fun. This is double speed. Can I have fun this time? Time for a fun.
Time for some hardship. You chose the wrong enemy. I'm fine. Eternal sleep. The dead return!
More enemies.
To the clouds.
Leave it to me. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I'll see you off.
This combat need. This is double speed.
Conquer. Spirit never dies.
Okay,
Gale
have fun.
Bolt! From the bow!
The galaxy is vast beyond.
Nothing. Goodbye, Mr. Bird. Cube.
Interesting.
Cutscene. Back to the story.
Unless Kafka deceived the Matrix of Prescience.
Stay calm, Diviner Fruit. The Matrix of Prescience does not lie. The logic you have laid out concerning Kafka makes sense. It has helped me to fill in another piece of the puzzle. I agree there is a hostile external force at work on the Lofu. The Stellaron didn't appear out of thin air. Someone managed to sneak it onto the ship. As for the culprits behind the Lofu's internal strife, I believe we are dealing with the so-called disciples of Sanctus Medicus. That shadowy organization of the denizens of abundance. Kafka's revelations confirm my suspicions.
General, when did you have these suspicions?
The moment the planter of the Stellaron revealed himself. The Cienjo has the blessing of the Rainbow Arbiter, and only another Eon's Emanator would be capable of sneaking onto this ship without my knowing. We are dealing with an external threat. The Stellaron corrosion continues to flood into the ship, and yet it bypassed both the seat of divine foresight and the shackling prison. There is forethought here. Our enemy must have had access to Lofu intelligence for things to unfold in this way. It is evident now. The Stellaron hunters aren't the ones behind the curtain. No. As soon as I set eyes on Blade, it was clear to me. But why is he here? And why did he draw the Astral Express? That piece of the puzzle still eludes me.
He's an idiot.
Nevertheless, Lady Fu, your intel means the puzzle is more complete than it was before. The Stellaron hunters are a captivating group. Such lengths to get the Cienjo and the Express onto the same track. Who would have believed it?
General, we must retain all urgency. The Ambrosial Arbor.
It's the Stellaron. No need to search high and low. The traders have planted it in the Ambrosial Arbor's delve, thereby causing the tree to grow once again. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus couldn't hold off any longer.
Every crisis is a turning point. A problem is easier to resolve when you know where it lies. Am I coming up with a plan again?
Of course. I'm sure you have a countermeasure at the ready, Master Diviner.
From my perspective, convening the Cloud Knights is our immediate priority. We must head into the roots of the Ambrosial Arbor, expel the Stellaron spirits, and prevent the Arbor's resurrection.
As ever, the Master Diviner's omniscia provides for the fastest solution. However, sometimes speed is not everything. I have known the Stellaron's location for a while now. So why have I held back our forces?
General,
Well?
you're a scoundrel.
Pulling up the grass requires removing the roots. The disciples of Sanctus Medicus have chosen to make their move now, which means the Cloud Knights have the situation under control and the traders have run out of patience. Now is the time to capture them all in one fell swoop.
You've been sitting on that this whole time? How will you justify the losses if something goes wrong, General?
Please, Lady Fu. I still have forces to deploy. We were in need of extra hands, and the Stellaron hunters were kind enough to bring us together with the Astral Express. How could I look the other way?
Yes. More errands?
The General's smiling again. Definitely errands. It's my fault. I had higher expectations of the General. Please, we can't keep getting them to do everything for us. Since when did we run out of people on the Law Fu? Why are you staring at me? Do I need to remind you, General, that the Ambrosial Arbor's access point is a closely guarded secret? Allowing Outworlders would be...
A violation of the rules and regulations. I would like to remind you, Lady Fu, that the Xianzhou comes before its rules and regulations, all the more so in times of crisis. As such, I am about to make a decision that runs counter to those rules and regulations. Oh, decisions plural. What a rare pleasure. Lady Fu, I hereby issue you with the military tally. The Cloud Knights will be under your control. You will act in concert with the other forces in the approach to the Ambrosial Arbor through the Alchemy Commission delve.
Under... my control?
You've been eager to discover for yourself what it is to be a general, have you not?
You've never given me the opportunity, and now suddenly... Understood. As you wish.
As for our astral friends, I hereby formally welcome you all to join our operation to seal the Stellaron. Lady Fu will deploy the Cloud Knights, but I would like you to set off in advance. Take a shortcut through the Artisanship Commission and convene with Lady Fu further down the line.
Errands received, General.
This is no errand. I am merely stating what needs to be done should you wish to help us.
You've never really seen us as outsiders, huh?
Miss Tingyun, I would like you to continue to serve as a guide for our astral friends.
Oh, of course, General. I am duty-bound.
Errands received.
The Alchemy Commission and Scale Gorge Waterscape delves are adjacent to the Ambrosial Arbor seal. I'd like you to investigate these places. It is an ancient artifact that was planted on the Xianzhou Luofu by Yaoshe, the Eon of Abundance. It has the power to shape life and subdue death at will. The ancestors of the Luofu people consumed the fruits of the Ambrosial Arbor and gained endless lifespans, thus becoming long-life species.
Oh, sounds like an amazing treasure.
Yes. It was also the bane of everything to come. As outsiders, you are unfamiliar with the history of the Xianzhou. I cannot blame you for asking a question like this. Let me tell you a story. Long ago, before the Xianzhou took to the skies, our ancestors lived on the surface of a planet. Like all of you, the Xianzhou people at that time were a mortal species with a lifespan of fewer than 100 years. There was a time when the ruling emperor could not bear his temporary existence, or the thought of his life's achievements being lost to another after his death. He became fixated on acquiring an elixir of immortality, and focused his power on constructing a fleet of 9 ships. These ships would voyage into deep space, where traces of gods were rumored to exist.
Did he... succeed?
Yes. And no. He succeeded because, after an arduous journey, the 9 ships eventually witnessed the manifestation of a god. Yaoshe's appearance provided for all manner of unfathomable celestial blessings. However, he failed because the fleet has been lost ever since, and has never been able to return to its home planet.
That doesn't sound so bad. The Xianzhou people went on a great adventure and got what they wanted in the end. Right?
Oh. Our ancestors once thought so too, but the miracle of longevity was nothing more than a vain dream. Take the Lao Fu, for example. Immortality seemed like a beautiful thing. But what followed was population expansion and diminishing resources. In the struggle for survival, the immortals lost their humanity and degenerated into mere beasts. After paying the price with blood and tears, the Lao Fu people finally understood that immortality is not a free blessing, but the beginning of a cruel ordeal. In the eras that followed, other beings that had likewise received Yao Shi's blessings repeatedly attacked the Xianzhou in an attempt to take the sacred artifact as their own. Countless atrocities were committed as a result. Many Xianzhou comrades who were lucky enough to survive the wars became stricken with Mara.
Still
A
talking.
condition that immortals are susceptible to. Had it not been for the enlightenment and protection of the Rainbow Arbiter, the Xianzhou Alliance you see today would never have existed. At this point in the story, I assume you understand the disasters that the resurrection of the Ambrosial Arbor might bring about? Thousands of years have passed since the Rainbow Arbiter felled the Ambrosial Arbor. Most in the Xianzhou regard the Arbor as nothing more than the stump of a dead tree. Only those familiar with our history and the ancient texts know of its origin. Our ancestors placed the stump in full view of the people precisely to make it seem unimportant. But in fact, they sealed it behind layers upon layers of delve enchantment. Even if one travels toward the Ambrosial Arbor, one will never reach it. Someone brought a Stellaron into the Xianzhou and planted it among the roots of the Ambrosial Arbor. They wished to resurrect it and achieve their hidden goal through external aggression. In my opinion, the force that provided the Stellaron and the force that activated it have different objectives. I have asked Fu Shen to open it.
A step forward bridges no distance hence. The hexagram was right. The Ambrosial Arbor was felled thousands of years ago. Now it returns to life. The future of the Xianzhou is difficult to define. I had long anticipated it. Huh? She's not angry? Is there anyone that isn't 2 steps ahead of us around here? Pursuing Kafka is a waste of time and effort. The Matrix of Prescience informed me of her innocence. Our priority is the Ambrosial Arbor. From the time the Stellaron corrosion began to spread until now, the only reports we've received on the Alchemy Commission have come from alchemists and doctors stationed in other delves. The Alchemy Commission is where the Xianzhou's medical research and production take place. However, due to its proximity to the Ambrosial Arbor's seal, I'm afraid the Stellaron spirits may have plunged it into a deeper crisis than we first feared. To make matters worse, the General suspects there are traitors in the Alchemy Commission. The self-proclaimed disciples of Sanctus Medicus have been plotting this for a long time. And now they're using the location to their advantage. I must take action as soon as possible.
Why do you talk so much?
He really is a delegator at heart, isn't he? There isn't much distance between the artisanship and alchemy commissions. I'm afraid the former is likely also facing imminent catastrophe. The star skiff is ready. I will lead the way.
Back the way we came. Bonk. Bonk.
I still have important tasks from the General to attend to. Go carefully, all of you.
Wait! Master Diviner! Can you divine our fortunes for us? Is there anything we need to watch out for?
Death.
No need. My Omniscia has seen that your journey will be auspicious. Everything will proceed smoothly.
Are you sure? You don't need to use a crazy device or do more finger counting?
I'm sure it's nothing we
Well
can't
said.
manage.
Thank you for your assurance, Master Diviner. Onward.
Crimes. Smooth criminal. Dun 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 dun. Nailed it.
Hardly a concern.
We're back.
Huh? Look at all the people gathered here. Not a good day for commuting on the LaFu. The Artisanship Commission Delve should have suspended operations after the Stellaron corrosion began. Why haven't these people taken star skiffs to safety?
Maybe the Artisanship Commission are just more dedicated to their work? The Divination Commission's diviners aren't exactly a hard act to follow.
We came here because a big evil thing was doing damage to help them. Turns out that person who we thought was doing the damage was actually trying to help, and now we're trying to stop. Now actually trying to stop it at the source. There's a summary.
At the end of the day, work is work. You need it to live. You know, March, adults forget what relaxation means after a certain age.
Sounds like you're speaking from experience.
Just speaking from the heart, that's all.
I think they call that complaining from the heart.
Are any of the paths in this world easy to tread? The Artisanship Commission is full of workshops, building state-of-the-art mechanisms and craftsmen designing brand new concepts. Periodically stirring up trouble is part of their tradition. Entire buildings vanishing into thin air, puppet riots. You get the picture. It seems like the craftsmen are too afraid to go in, but they have nowhere to run to either. We should take care, benefactors. Something terrible must have happened.
Either way, we'll have to go in. Let's ask around first.
I see you, puzzle wheel. It is supposed to be harder. I'm just getting very lucky on which ones I choose to spin first.
It's no ordinary tree. The branches felt tough as metal. Yunsha, have you ever seen material like that before?
What if I have? You gonna go get a sample for me?
I was
Your
thinking
Australian
about it,
accent.
yeah. Isn't it just an ornamental tree?
Have you ever seen an ornamental tree move? Have you ever seen one bore through the ground like that, huh?
So what if it moves? I just need to run over and saw off a sample. It can't grow faster than I can run, right?
Sure, go ahead. Here's a crowbar and a saw. Don't say I didn't warn you when the Cloud Knights have to scrape you off the walls.
Well, I've been feeling a bit under the weather lately. Yunsha, you're the most agile person on the materials team when it comes to operational efficiency.
Under the weather, huh? How convenient. As for me, I'd rather stay alive, thanks.
As expected, the divination was correct. If I hadn't repaired the shifting screen today, we'd have all been trapped. We'd be fertilizer by now. Still,
He went crazy.
teleportation range wasn't enough.
So, guessing since the Stellaron has been activated, one of the trees has gone crazy and is destroying everything.
Master Gongshu. Oh, are you guys Cloud Knights? Are you here to save us? Your clothes. I knew I was getting ahead of myself. You're just tourists. Sorry this crisis came during your trip. I'm sorry it came at all.
Yeah, you just need to tell us what the trouble is. General Jing Yuan pulled out all the stops to get us here. You can trust us.
You mean the General invited you? Is that a joke? The Luofu has the Cloud Knights. Why would he send outsiders? There's been a serious incident in the Artisanship Commission. Nobody's in the mood for jokes, miss.
You misunderstand, young sir. We genuinely want to help. Can you tell us what happened here?
Waiting around, that's what. We ran away. It was way too dangerous in there. Please, if you plan on living a little longer, don't go in there. There's been some kind of botanical disaster. It was like an ornamental tree somewhere suddenly started to grow. There were branches so thick you couldn't put your arms around them. It spread everywhere. The whole commission is being destroyed. I don't get it. The Artisanship Commission focuses on the mechanical. We've got nothing to do with hydroponics or accelerated growth. Where did that thing come from? The worst thing, Master Gung's from the incident, I need to win.
Why did he...
Is research data more important than life? I just heard him shout, "It's gone! We lost the furnace!" By the time we realized, he'd already vanished. Anyway, you said you're here to help us, right?
100%. The General sent us.
You don't have to believe us. The Astral Express doesn't shout about its achievements. We'll look for your master.
In that case, take this jade seal with you. If you find my master, please bring him out safe and sound. If anything happens to him.
Don't worry, young sir. Your master's safety is our...
None of us would be able to graduate this year.
Let's go. I think this conversation's run its course. botanical disaster? It must be the Ambrosial Arbor. But what about the furnace his master mentioned?
That tree looks very angry.
The Stellaron facilitated the resurrection of the Ambrosial Arbor. The severity of the corrosion becomes worse as it grows.
Look, the roots are coming up through the ground. I'm afraid we've got some gardening work to do.
Oh man. I don't want to do gardening.
Time for a bug.
Gale Force! For the clouds!
Time for a bug. This is double speed.
I'm glad we're all out safely.
Upon commission grounds your feet do tread. Leave from whence you came, or soon be dead. Dead. Stay away. If you come any further, I'll not spare you.
Who the hell is this guy?
Hold on. Let us explain. We're not...
What excuses do you have? Surprise
Stay
me.
the course.
Just passing by. Stumbled in. Door wide open. Within commission grounds today was sown. An evil spun by hands unseen, unknown. No longer. If the security mechanism didn't teach you a lesson, these robots will.
Spirit never dies.
You were saying, sir?
Golden Cloud Toad, Illumination Dragonfish. Are you all right? Wake up. I raised you like my own flesh and blood. Did you really have to destroy my little friends? I want compensation.
You didn't want to listen to us. We were here to rescue you and you started a fight for no reason.
Are you Master Gongchu?
How do you know my name, child? Does the reputation of Gongshu Liang, the smelter extraordinaire, precede one?
This guy's pretty deluded for a master.
We're passing through on our way to the Alchemy Commission at the behest of General Jing Yuan and Diviner Fu. We'd like you to show us the way, Master Gongshu.
Really? The General sent you? Then this must be a mere misunderstanding. Don't worry about those things. Easy to fix. But there's not much I can do to help. The Artisanship Commission was suddenly taken over by some evil tree demon. It seized our most precious possession, the Creation Furnace. It's a dark and powerful entity. The robots, it was like they gained consciousness. They were moving in a circle around it. I fear approaching it is tantamount to suicide. But then, I couldn't just run away, knowing what lies sealed in the furnace. I'm sure General Jing Yuan must have believed wholeheartedly that you could save the Artisanship Commission from this crisis. Means I know of may yet serve your fight. Pray you in repayment aid my plight. Come on, through here.
Idiot. Crazy people. They're everywhere. Fuck you, Vase. You're a chest. Let's find this door I can't open.
Look, this is one of the Artisanship Commission's prototypes. The shifting screen. Good thing I got the students to take it out and make a few adjustments. Otherwise, they'd never have managed to get out in time. You all saw the Jade Gate on your way in, I assume? The shifting screen works in the same way. It connects two spatial coordinates in ways that laymen wouldn't understand. Indeed. With limited range and energy costs aside, to every starskiff soon shall woe betide!
You sure about that? Even our trailblazing space anchors sound better.
Thank goodness you take the time to perfect these inventions, Master. If not, the Skyfaring Commission would have become quite redundant by now.
Ordinarily, I could have used this beauty to teleport you thither, but through earth and air, the wretched branches boiled. The shifting screen entangled thence and coiled.
I just like juxtapose and raise an eyebrow to say, keep asking. Thanks for the colorful explanation.
Hold on! Have some faith in me. The Commission is more than a match for Mother Nature. Ah! Oh, piteous tree, who think thyself so strong, your match and more in strength to meet ere long.
He's running out of rhymes.
This is the first thing that came to mind when the tree demon attacked.
He's not rhyming anymore.
It's a mechanical device codenamed the Illumination Chest. I invented this weapon for the Cloud Knights. It's incredibly powerful, but...
Let me guess. Limited range? Energy costs?
Yeah, every light has its shadow. But this is more than enough to deal with the tree demon. And then... ignite! Fire beats wood! There's no way we can lose!
Isn't it metal?
Very good. The master reveals the door, but the apprentice must walk through it. You're much better than my useless students. Whoa, what's happening? Is the delve collapsing? Seems like it worked. That tree demon must be writhing in pain. All right, there's no time to lose. Hurry through the shifting screen to the opposite side before the branches grow back.
trickier to crack. Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Stay the course. For the clouds.
Leave it to me.
Receive divinity.
Good as new.
Eternal sleep, the dead return!
Oh,
Spirit never dies. Gale force.
Time for a buzz.
Time for some hardship.
This combat needs. This is double speed.
Stay the course. For the clouds. The wind is full. From the bow.
Nothing major. Let's begin. You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Can I have fun this time?
Spirit never. Gale force.
Leave it to me.
You chose the wrong enemy.
did he even? I think he got like 2 attacks in.
Quite the taking.
Cute. There's some sort of big tree laser puzzle here.
Oh, look, the Ambrosial Arbor's roots.
They've encoiled the Artisanship Commission's most precious invention, the Creation Furnace! Help me, dear young friends! Let's hack them away together! We can't let the roots punch through the furnace!
Yeah, we'll do it.
Careful. It's changing.
It's a murder deer.
What kind of monster is this?
Miraculous! It creates life at will! Such incredible power!
Much trickier to crack.
Pretty sure this thing's like life incarnate.
Time for a buzz.
A tiny tree? What kind of monster is this?
To the clouds.
You can still walk away.
No, I can't.
Hold your body and mind. Allow me to see you off.
More enemies. This combat needs optimizing.
The abundant Eon deer. Evan deer.
This speed, too slow.
A pilot spirit never dies. Gale force.
Leave the rest to me. It's guarding the Ambrosial Arbor's roots and its foundations.
Yeah, that just healed for us.
Eternal sleep.
It just really healed itself.
Time for a buzz.
As easy as that.
I think we're supposed to kill the little trees first.
To the clouds. The wind is rough. From the bow.
Again, it keeps reviving itself.
No matter how much damage we do, it just heals itself. Not fair.
I gotta do the same
We'll have to
thing.
retreat for now. Follow me.
No wonder the Xianzhou is so scared of the abominations of abundance. They're unstoppable. Miss Ting Yun, are the long-lived species on the Xianzhou all like this?
I'm afraid this ebon deer was likely birthed by the ambrosial arbor as its guardian. It shares a close connection with the arbor's roots. Most living creatures on the Xianzhou don't have abilities like this.
Huh. As long as it's there, we can't get any closer.
I wonder... The ebon deer seems to heal itself instantly, but perhaps it's drawing that power from elsewhere.
Yeah! It can't heal if we take out the source, right?
The monster only seems to be active in the vicinity of the arbor. Let's look around and see if we can find anything.
I'll be back to beat you up later, Mr. Deer.
So the General asked you to head to the Alchemy Commission, hmm? The Artisan Ship Commission had no choice but to halt operations once the tree demon appeared.
More time for a buzz.
Gale Force.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
To the clouds.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Young friends, I have a suggestion.
Any thoughts, Master?
When the deer revives, the surrounding roots glow brightly.
Oh, great observation, Mr. Gongshu. It's amazing what you notice when you're not fighting.
I'm only an artisan, after all. My skills in clash of swords shall find no sake. Yet that which clasheth needeth hands to make. As Mr. Yang said, the deer monster is likely drawing power from somewhere in order to replenish itself. I'm certain that when the arbor glows, we are witnessing that very process. Precisely. You remember how we untangled the shifting screen with fire?
You're right. Those roots never grew back.
Not only that, its reaction suggested we'd hurt it. Perhaps that's our starting point.
Take hold of your weapons, young comrades. Let's raise these roots to the ground.
Welcome, Hal. How you doing, Hal? Spin you right round, turret right round. Fire laser!
See? My theory was correct! Keep going!
Hey. On that Rubik's Cube. Hey, buddy.
100% quick.
Stay.
Hey, big robot.
Trickier to crack.
What you got cooking?
Spirit never dies. To the clouds!
Leave it to me.
The wind is rising. Bolts! From the bow!
I'll see you off.
Oh, oh.
Bloom.
Thank you, comrade.
Can I
I see.
have fun this
You're actually
time?
really badly hurt. I didn't realize
This
that.
combat needs up. This is double speed.
Stay the course. Gale force!
You chose the wrong enemy.
Spirit never dies. To the clouds!
I'll see you.
Can I have fun this time?
Is this enemy ever going to take a goddamn turn? Hey, finally got a turn with like 1 HP left. Welcome, Vindu Queen. Did that button open the door to that enemy? That's running in a square. I did. What? Why is this teleporter just on a boat into nothingness? I can rotate it. Damn. Nope. That's this whole team. So I got a healer,
You know nothing of the
but
weight behind
everyone
this power.
just slows the enemy, so the enemy barely gets to attack ever.
Survive or be destroyed.
The whole thing, this whole team is literally just delaying their
bait.
attacks, so they never get a turn. And she makes this character turns other characters into damage dealers.
Gale force!
Let's
The wind is rough. From the bow!
leave it to me.
So first, look, increase attack by 60%, increase crit rate by 24, and crit damage by 52%. That's what she does. It turns by non-DPS characters into DPS characters.
You chose the wrong enemy.
The galaxy is vast beyond compare. Interesting. I don't think we're in a position to take down this deer.
Okay, I gotta come back here.
I don't think we're in a position to...
I want the chest! Yeah. Run around the adventurer. So this guy's healing literally applies life steal to all your attacks. So as you attack, you life steal. So the enemy gets very few attacks. As you attack, you heal, and that's pretty much how it works. And if they lack your weakness, the wolf applies the weakness.
You took the bait.
Because I only play on stream, I don't play off stream. So yeah, that's too much why. That's because I only play when I'm streaming.
Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. To the cloud.
Let's begin.
Time for a buzz.
Stay the course. Gale force.
Stand down.
I'm glad we're all out safely.
Doesn't matter, I also stream other games, so Genshin and Honkai are my side games. My main game I'm currently playing is Tears of the Kingdom.
Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. To the clouds. The wind is rising. Bullets from the bow.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Quite the taste.
How do I do that? Literally, the only thing I don't do when I'm not streaming, I just do my dailies each day.
Gale force.
Let's settle this.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
I'll see you off.
You took the bait.
To the clouds.
Leave it to me. You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
I'm glad we're all out safely.
More enemies. Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. Gale force.
Let's begin. You chose the wrong enemy.
Can I have fun this time? This combat needs This is double speed.
Leave it to me. Stand down.
All the pokes. A Rubik's Cube! Yay! Everybody loves a Rubik's Cube. Only these angles are easy to understand.
Quite the taking.
There are a lot of 5s on this one. There we go. A horse in his chest.
Enemy A, stay.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Oh, actually, your effect resisted that.
Gale force. The wind is rising. Bolt from the bow.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this.
More turn delays. No one gets an attack with me.
To the clock.
I should have posted a nut to remove their revive. You get no revive for you. You die.
Time for a buzz.
Spirit never dies.
This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Stay the course. Gale force.
I must have energy.
Stand down. You chose the
More.
To the clock.
Can I have fun?
Leave it to me.
We got a lot of defense reductions. 11 debuffs. Slow, type 2 debuff, defense reduction, ensnared, imprisonment, vulnerability, extra quantum weakness. All the debuffs in the world. Hey, he finally got his first turn. Ow. Free heal.
Good as new.
And regen for everyone.
More enemies. Time for a buzz. This combat needs. This is double speed.
Spirit never dies. Gale force. The wind is rising. Bolt from the bow.
There-
Is that it? Stingy chest.
You can see this team works quite well. And they're not even built. Like, if you look at my characters, 113, 112, all zeros. Silverwolf is pretty built. All zeros. His ice traces up. Those are pretty good. His light traces are terrible at the moment. And their light traces aren't that good either. These characters are far from built. And they're wrecking rat and they're wreaking havoc. That one. Okay, there's 3 cubes there. Calculating. I didn't mean to do that, but that works. Sort of. I messed up. There we go, that's better. Rubik's Cubed. Oh, you fired that one and the robot activates inside the door.
Can I have
Tried to be
fun
sneaky.
this time?
Not
for a
sneaky
buzz.
enough.
As easy as that. To the clock.
Let's begin. You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong enemy.
Hey,
More
Mr. Wobot. You need some imaginary weakness.
Time for a buzz.
There you go. Oh, I want to be short of my stuff at the moment.
Leave it to me.
That's a shame.
Eternal slip. The dead return!
That's unfortunate. Okay, that's actually getting pretty bad, actually.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs up. This is double speed.
Move. Repay. Let's settle this. Let's begin. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Can I have
Eternal
fun this
sleep
time?
is not the dead return!
More enemies.
Fine.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz. This combat needs optima. This is double speed.
One fish, two fish, three fish, boom fish. I lost my damage buffer, but it's all turned out okay.
Beyond compare.
And back here. Where's the nearest anchor? Ah. Just up here. Yep. That's why I was into an anchor. Burb. Go, Burb. Teach a dinosaur to ride a bull. Okay. Let's get back on track. Stupid evil tree. I will conquer you, dear tree.
Quick! There's more roots over here!
Give me a moment. I'll set up the device.
Where's this guy stopped rhyming? Where's the initial one? Where's the start? No, there's the start. Okay. So it's that one. That one. That one. Fire the laser! That was it, me.
I guess we're done.
I suspect the Ambrosial Arbor's root system must have spread far underground. The only thing we can say with confidence is that we removed the majority of those within the bounds of the Artisanship Commission. Let's hurry, before they have a chance to grow back.
So, the next step is...
Please never do that again.
So do I, dear friend? Poke.
You time for a buzz.
Gale Force!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
To the clouds!
A moment's excitement.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Gale Force!
Time for a buzz.
Stand down. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for a buzz.
A moment's excitement. Nothing more. Take it, if it's to your liking.
I've explored most of this area. Isn't locked off during the story events. I think this guy's gonna get select activate before fighting him, so.
Let's wait and see.
Yep, I thought it was a cutscene.
Look, the roots coiled around the creation furnace. They've withered. Excellent! Nothing can stop you now!
That which is seized must be repaid.
Might be trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Oh, I failed to imply weakness. That's not good. Ow.
Gale Force!
Let's
The
begin.
wind is rough. From the boat!
Time for a buzz.
I failed again.
This combat needs optimized. This is double speed.
Spirit never dies.
This guy's a lot more defense than he used to.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Eternal sleep is not the end.
I could cancel that. I should have done that. I did dispel something.
Can I have fun this time?
Come on, please get weakness. Thank you. Ow. Ow.
Receive divinity. We know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Stay the course.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
You took the bait. This combat neat. This is double speed. More enemies.
Spirit never dies. Gale force. The wind is rising. Bolt! From the bow!
Stage 1 down. Stage 2.
Huh?
Chose the wrong enemy.
Peaches?
Throw the twig. Okay.
I'm kinda hungry. I'm just saying.
I pushed the wrong button.
Get smashed to pieces.
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I'll see you off.
Can I have fun this time?
Spirit never dies. For the clouds!
More enemies. This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Leave it to me.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return! You chose the wrong enemy.
Stay the course.
Can I have fun this time?
Bloom.
Good as new.
Repay.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Easy as that. Gale force! The wind is rising. Bolt! From the bow!
Let's begin. You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Where are all these stupid
More
plants?
Time for a buzz.
Damn it.
For the clouds!
Stand down.
Come
Time
on.
for a buzz.
Wow.
It's getting weak. Quick, finish it off.
Eternal sleep.
The dead return!
Can I have fun this time? Time for a buzz.
Yeah, you got my weakness back.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Leave it to me.
Three. He is down. Oh, dearie me!
General Jing Yuan said the Ambrosial Arbor was an unfathomable celestial blessing. At first glance, That deer could have been an ordinary life form, but the ability to heal such grave wounds in an instant... I think I finally understand why the Xianzhou decided to follow the hunt in eradicating the abundance. If immortal creations were left to spread their branches and roots throughout the universe, entire ecosystems would collapse. No wonder the people of the Xianzhou wander the universe, never settling on a planet.
You are a man of vision, Mr. Yang. It's a shame our ancestors, the Elixir Seekers, were unable to see that hidden curse 8,000 years ago. Perhaps some of them did reject the Plague Author's gift. But how could an entire civilization resist the temptation of immortality? Ironic, isn't it? The wise are buried, while the fools remain immortal. The Xianzhou regrets being led astray by the abundance. That's why they have decided to embark on the path of the hunt. Maybe it's not too late for redemption. Thank you for your help. I realize you must continue on to the Alchemy Commission, to the Ambrosial Arbor. After witnessing what happened here, I know there will only be more danger ahead. Go, friends, and stay vigilant. I wish you a safe journey.
Why'd you send me a text? You're like right there, lady. Did you see the benefactor? When Evan and Deer stomped the ground, Greater spouted out of nowhere. I saw. I was there. Gestural traces of their abundance indeed marvelous to behold. Though someone has seen something miraculous among my travels. The fruits, although bought are strikingly gold, just like what they said in Jianyao legends. It is said that ancient times the forebearers of Zhang received immortality fruit from Basil Brother. In Busso Arbor, and turned the long-life species. If I were to eat this fruit, would I obtain endless life just like the Xinjiao natives? Are you not tempted to touch chance benefactor? If you eat the fruit, I'm afraid you won't get to live 1,000 years, but exchange it for a Cloud Knight's moments after. You're right, benefactor. But if you manage to get past the Cloud Knight searches, opportunity would seem too good to pass up, right? I thank you for your thoughts, benefactor. I'm foretold the ebon deer is now dust, and no fruit of the Arbiter Abyssal is left behind. Such opportunities are extremely rare, but they slip away in the blink of an eye, just like life itself. You literally live for 400 years. I live for most live like between 80, like 70 to 80. It's been a while. Everything alright? I heard you gone to Lingzhou Lufu. I know Express is there to carry out Traveler's mission, but there's a question about the Lingzhou I'd like to ask. Have you heard of the local legend of Lingzhou, the Foxy and Beauty online chat? This sounds very interesting. Send me a link, I'll check it out. I'm not recommending it to you. You misunderstand me. The story starts with a certain staff member. Oh, I'm not saying the researcher is a Foxy and Beauty. This is too confusing. Let's meet in person to talk. When you have time, can you come back to the space station, talk a little face to face? I think I have Foxy and Beauty. I'm not interested in research. I only care Foxy and Beauty. Let's make it talk. Why do those people have calls? Why do I have all these texts from people? As Chris went of course, how's the situation on your end? You're alive? You're alive again? Yes, the situation's end. It's called Kafka. But it was too easy. It was kind of odd. This companion... Did you see Blade? That man is out there somewhere. He ran away, so I don't know where he is. Be careful, he's very dangerous. I'll shake off the Cloud Knight to catch up to you. What's going on at your end? Another preset character mission. This is happening at the same time the main story is happening.
This is the Lafu's Ambrosial Arbor. It's my first time seeing it.
Aren't you a Cloud Knight?
Cloud Knights don't visit the Ambrosial Arbor without a reason. Plus, I'm new here. The Lafu's plague mark is a tree, while the Yao Qing's is a moon. I think we got the better one.
I heard that the Ambrosial Arbor shriveled and died a long time ago. How could it suddenly spring back to life and start growing again?
The influence of the Stellaron. There's no time for explanations. We must return to the Ten Lords Commission. I'm wounded. I need your assistance in getting there. Once we get to Starskiff Jetty, you can go your separate ways.
Well, there's nothing else for it. We're duty-bound to help the Ten Lords Commission.
Meanwhile, not at the plot.
Sorry. All Cloud Knights answer to the Ten Lords. Apologies for asking you to stick with me a bit longer. I'll treat you guys when I get you back to safety. I guess you could slip away and find a safe spot to hide. I'll come back and get you once I've sent her on her way. Not a smart way to operate. The Lafu is more dangerous than ever. I can't let you put yourself in harm's way.
Come on, together is better.
I did not expect such a short journey to be filled with so many twists and turns. How does it feel, Master Dan Heng, to be a subject of the Ten Lords Commission? A good answer, short and to the point. It would seem I've been unsuccessful in detangling myself of matters thus far. I suggest we hasten to Starskiff Jetty and send this judge of the Ten Lords Commission on her way. We must continue our own journeys as soon as possible.
You look familiar. Maybe. I ran your facial profile against the records in the shackling prison just now. Indeed, there were no matches to be found.
Dan Heng, something's up with Dan Heng, but we just don't know.
Hey, wait for us!
And they're gone.
I don't think this is the way.
It may look like I have my characters, but I'll be using a preset characters for this.
You're the first Ten Lords Commission judge I've met. What do you guys do exactly?
Our work concerns the Mara Struck and the lifespans of... I don't think this is the way.
And that conversation was interrupted by that, because that's really annoying.
Be careful.
Oh, it is letting me use my team. Huh.
Stay the course. To the cloud.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for a fun.
Gale force.
Stand down. The galaxy is vast beyond compare.
I booped you with my stick.
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
To the cloud. Boom. From the bow.
The dead
Return!
Gale force.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Why is there a puzzle up here? I'll be back from in the main game and on this little subworld.
Why is there still a civilian out here?
You mean this general guy? I have on my team, I can use it any time. Yeah, I got the rank 2. Time to find frenzy. Should apply to all allies. Sometimes Maker's talent will block extra damage equal to 2% of travel defense plus 27. Oh god, it's this guy again.
Not death. For the fate of the Artisanship Commission now rests entirely on my shoulders. Not a chance. Aside, escape while you still can. There's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving now. As darkness followeth, think not what is just. To this old man entrust your hopes. You must.
Don't try to be a hero.
A sigh. Since when were you able to speak?
Hey,
Look up, idiot.
Like a dog to you?
No! My apologies, miss. No wonder I was confused. I never installed a human speech module in the little guy. No. But what is the meaning of this? I'm the only one left here. The apprentices all fled. You should probably do the same.
You just said there's no hope of the Cloud Knights arriving. I happen to be a Cloud Knight. Wouldn't you call this a timely arrival? Come with us for now. I'll take care of things here later.
That won't do. As a senior artisan, I can't just abandon my post.
Looks like we're gonna have to resort to unconventional methods. Are you gonna come with us willingly? Or do I have to ask the guy behind me to carry you in his white death box?
Give me a moment to consider those options.
Now, move it!
Come quietly or go in the coffin. I got the puppy back.
Time for a fun.
Gale force.
Nothing major.
Time for a fun. This is double speed.
From the boat.
Yeah. This is the hologram leader guy. Jin Yang. He's a good guy. I literally have him on my team.
Miss Cloud Knight, why did the General send you out?
He's just someone. He's someone who always works in the background. Like, so he's basically controlling everything from behind the scenes. But he is helping you.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
The dead return!
The galaxy is vast beyond compare.
Time for a fun.
Gale force.
Time for a fun. This is double speed. Time for a buzz.
To the clock. I'm glad we're all out safely.
Remember there being a chest there in the main game. I mean, these people are running back the path I came. I must have just missed Dong Hung.
This is as far as I... A few more steps and we're at the main gate. Thank you for escorting me. We must go our separate ways.
It's just a few steps away. You're not leaving with us?
Everyone has their duties and obligations. From the day I joined the Artisanship Commission, I've been taking care of the ins and outs of its operations without a day's rest. And today is no exception. The apprentices fled, as they should have. But I cannot let them see their master flee from peril. This is as far as I go with you. I must see what more I can do for the Artisanship Commission.
Master Gongshu.
No use in trying to talk me out of it, young miss. This old man cherishes his life. He won't do anything rash. On your way now.
Everyone has their duties. Let's go.
You still... I can't just abandon the commission. I must think of a way to solve all this.
Then he makes a device that blows up roots.
Doesn't look like it wants to let us through. Do you think if I yell at it, it could scare it off?
I doubt that. I think Atsai is the only one here still taking orders from people.
Any ideas? You know, you're getting less silent and more deadly by the minute. Sounds good. Let's get it.
Trickier to crack. Time for a buzz.
Gale force. The wind is right. Bolt! From the boat!
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Receive divinity. Timely treatment.
This combat
Stop
needs
slapping people.
optimized.
I'll slap you back. Ow. Nice try.
Repay.
And I got regen field.
You chose the wrong enemy. It's fine. Eternal slither. And return!
You took the bait.
Gale force.
You know nothing of the survive or be destroyed.
More turn delays.
There is no other choice.
No, it's full speed up when you kill them.
Let's begin.
So, are judges all loners? You don't seem to have any backup. Judges of the Ten Lords Commission have always acted independently, each carrying out their duty in solitude. However...
Let's
I have a younger sister. You remind me of her.
You made it.
Master Gongshu. I'm afraid that if I leave, I won't be able to graduate.
I'm gonna leave just as the other team shows up.
The rebirth of the Ambrosial Arbor was bound to bring calamity. The Cloud Knights must be at the Alchemy Commission, next to the Arbor. You should head the same way. Thank you for ensuring my safety on this journey. I will report this good deed to the Ten Lords.
We're glad we could help. She mentioned the Cloud Knights were at the Alchemy Commission. I should find a ship and regroup with my unit. What about you? Aw, you just can't bear to see me go, huh? Come on then, let's go together.
We are most grateful, Miss Sushang.
Back to our regularly scheduled program. And more messages. Stik, is this your number? I'm official data of the Realm Keeping Commission currency. As you're aware, there's been some minor issues with life recently, as I was hoping you could help out with something. Did I actually manage to help you? That's even better. Please just about the information. But after the incident in general... after the incident, the General and the Master Diviner drew up the list of wants for the Skyfaring Commission, which also check out people who travel at certain times and certain locations. They expect someone into smuggling contraband to go through. The Commission has checked everything against the records and didn't find anyone suspicious. We'd ask your assistance. Think I'm suspicious? No, that's not what we mean. The Interstellar Alliance is not a part of... These allies are part of International Peace Corporation commercial sphere and not share much information with IPC, for we are not linked to their law enforcement system. Criminal wanted by the IPC snuck into the Zing Shell ship. We have no means of immediately detecting them. It takes time and effort to send formal requests to IPC to check. So the General advised us to seek help from the Astral Express crew to filter the list of suspicious people. If you can, please bring a few companions with you to help with this data. Hey there! Heard you folks at Arson Commission say they help you with the aboriginal arbiter coils. Indeed, so certainly General you are. That sounds like a compliment to me. But it's a compliment. I thank you from the bottom of my heart. And the busy people, busy slackers once you can slack off. But based on your past experience, when you sort of hunch, I message flatteries to you. A hunch? Like a person wants something from me. What do you want from me? You remember the carpenter apprentice singeing from the IPC Commission? That's easy. The guy's afraid of graduating. I was sent here by Master Diviner to assist the Artisanship Commission assessing damage. Everything is going well, but now the situation with changing is getting beyond my scope of work. You go over and find me, please, Artisanship Commission. More side missions that I'll do what I'm doing for the story missions. Yeah, a lot of side. Yeah, got a lot of missions. Wait, did all the enemies respawn? You got a message. Stik, I have a primary understanding of the threat of Dichonis Surge's pharmaceuticals. Pharmacologically. Come to the decision that a Skyward Pavilion your earliest convenience. Coming. No worries, I'm not interposed at the moment, so I'll be awaiting attendance. The blind lady was researching the crazy thing. What do we find?
Next destination? Up to you.
Hello.
Ah, you're back. From the sound of your stride, I sense you're in good spirits. A person's footfall reveals a lot about their strength and emotions. Much like how a person's breath may serve as an indication of their overall health. Let's get down to business. I analyzed the prescription you procured, the draft of Draconic Surge. Now that I have a preliminary conclusion, it needs to be delivered to the seat of Divine Foresight. The conclusion. Put simply, I don't believe that the draft of Draconic Surge holds the cure to the Mara. Even in the foreseeable future, there will likely not be any such cure. I've compiled the details into a written analysis. If you're interested, feel free to take a look. This is a copy of pharmacological studies on the draft of Draconic Surge. If the Chief Counselor wants to see it urgently, I'll have to ask you to deliver it for me. Need something else?
I keep forgetting, we're actually on a spaceship. Look, this is a massive colony ship. It's a very fancy colony ship. Playing checkers again.
You're back. Anything you wanted to share? Wow. Even for those alchemists, that was fast. Don Shu. Wait, why would the Alchemy Commission's chief alchemist be away from her post? I've heard that the chief alchemist is visually impaired. She rarely leaves the Alchemy Commission delve. She has a vast knowledge and expertise. No wonder she was able to analyze the pharmacology so quickly. Let me see her report. No cure? Where did these villains get their hands on such a complex prescription? This is infuriating. Still, this is a clue we can follow. Thank you. Please accept these gifts for your efforts. Please, take them. You've done so much for the Lafu, for the Xianzhou. This is the least I could do.
That's it. Get some time. Let's just watch you go to Piers. Can you jump by this one pavilion? I know this convenience would be best.
Thank you for coming on such short notice. My stay in Exalting Sanctum was supposed to be focused on treating people and delivering medicine. But the Seat of Divine Foresight tasked me with analyzing the prescription. I've been severely delayed. I've already concocted some of the medicine in question, but there can't be any further delays. Could you assist me in ensuring it arrives on time? Thank you. The patient in question is a little girl. If she's gotten into any trouble, be sure to let me know when you get back. This is the medicine. Her house is near the Court of Tranquility.
And be an errand person. Or tranquility. The tranquility when I choose that tranquility when I do this. Yeah, hooray! Okay, I'm over.
Is this the one Don Shu sent me to find?
Aw, little Miss Lady can't see ahead, can't see right, can't see left, heads to the east, ends up west.
She's stuck. She can't get down.
Hey, what you looking at, Outworlder? Mind your own business.
Punt these kids. Kick him to space.
Who do you think you are? Keep your nose out of this. I beat people up all the time.
Yes. Put the baseball bat and beat the shit out of the kids with the baseball bat.
Meddling in our business.
What the fuck?
Boss! Stop yelling and help me up already. They used some kind of hidden power. I saw it. You're a cheater. That's right. If you hadn't cheated, I would have knocked your lights out.
You sure about that, boss? They didn't even flinch.
Ugh, shut up! Boss, let's get out of here. We shouldn't fight anyone that doesn't respect martial arts. I'll let you off the hook this time. Next time we fight fair and square.
Kick him like a football.
Yeah!
Thank you for helping me, miss. I'm okay. It's my fault. I shouldn't have wandered off on my own. Then I wouldn't have run into those guys. They always laugh at me for being blind. And they like to trip me up and steal my things. Thank goodness you were here. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let me off so easily. Oh, Don Shu asked you to come? Things are bad on the Lafu recently. Don Shu must be very busy. Thank you, miss. Remember to thank her for me.
Why does she wander about alone? Well, I've delivered the medicine. I should report back to Don Shu.
How was she? Did you deliver the medicine? She reminds me of myself when I was a child. I also had to find my way in the dark, face obstacles I couldn't predict, as well as deal with unconscious prejudices people had against me. If I was ever injured by bullies or after a fall, I'd run crying to the healers at the Alchemy Commission and ask them to heal me. I suppose that's why I followed in their footsteps, to pay a little kindness forward. Thank you for looking after the child. Could I ask you for another favor, friend? I want to meet the little girl. Can you lead me to her? I worry about her wandering around on her own. And I want to know what's been on her mind lately. Her parents passed away in the denizens of Abundance Wars. The relatives who took her in aren't close to her. And whenever I treat her, she often confides in me. A healer's medicine might remedy one's physical health, but sometimes the loneliness and hurt inside one's heart needs companionship and care to heal. She told me that whenever she's feeling troubled, she finds a quiet corner in the Artisanship Commission and just sits there, letting the sounds wash over her. Her parents used to be artisans in the Commission, so I think she has some nostalgic connection to the place. In all likelihood, that's where she'll be. There's danger around every corner these days, especially for a sightless child. Let's go.
Right, she's in the area of all the enemies? Yeah, I read the boss and everything respawned. That's really annoying.
Repay. This is double speed.
Gale Force! Bolt! From the boat!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
For the cloud!
This is double speed.
Gale Force!
I'm glad we're all out safely.
Time for a buzz.
For the cloud!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. The dead return!
I'm glad.
What's happening? Is...
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Gale Force! Bolt! From the boat!
Fine.
For the cloud!
Time for a buzz.
Gale Force!
It's all right. Everything's okay now, Xiaoyu.
Thank you, big sister. Thank you, Anshu.
You don't need to be scared anymore. She is here.
But when I think about all the trouble I've caused you two, I feel like such a burden.
Is that why you're crying? Maybe you should start getting used to this feeling, because in the next few centuries, visually impaired people like us will continue to require help from everyone we need. So, if a little bit of guilt like this is enough to break your heart, then how will you manage such an arduous path?
Is this
I'm
like
not
comforting?
trying to console her. This is the reality. Walking alone in the darkness, fearing every incoming, invisible obstacle, unable to understand other people's descriptions. Everyone, everything is like a hot coal in the dark. Invisible, yet still able to burn you. As a long-life species, she can expect life to continue like this for nearly 1,000 years. She must learn to depend upon herself rather than just foolishly waiting around for the next hero to swoop in and save her. Yes, by trying my best to change her personal circumstances. In the meantime, she'll have to learn to withstand the darkness. Just as I have.
Hey, you're right, Anshu. From now on, I'll do my best to rely on myself.
Good. I hope you remember this. Forever. This place is too dangerous. Let's head back to Exalting Sanctum.
As a species that lives for thousands of years, they have very different morals.
For all you've done. It would seem we incomplete ones are often bullied from a tender age. I endured numerous hardships to become chief alchemist. Yet, there are still things that leave me feeling helpless. That's the reason I said what I said. You might mistake my words for being hurtful. But the truth is, no amount of words can prepare her for what lies ahead. For long-life species, these things are permanent. Whether we are beautiful or ugly, tall or short, wise or foolish, all of it is encoded into our flesh from the moment we are born. The impairments of short-life species can be corrected with ingenia or surgery. But that's an impossibility for Xianzhou natives. No matter the method employed, our bodies will eventually return to their original states. I too was once a non-believer. I fooled myself into acquiring artificial eye implants. Soon thereafter, my sightless eyes began to regenerate, and I was left in pain and despair. That brief window of sight that I regained has turned into a perpetual source of anguish, forever etched into my mind. For long-life species, this incompleteness is a permanent, unavoidable tenance. What a joke. Even the denizens of abundance, so-called abominations, needn't endure such torture. Perhaps we incomplete ones are merely traitors, cursed by the plague's author. It's nothing. Forget I said anything. Thank you for sticking with me through all of this. I think my aspirations in Exalting Sanctum have been met, for now. Oh, I have a gift for you. Though I'll need a little time to prepare it. I'll contact you once it's ready to go. See you soon, friend. This is... No need to apologize. Feel free to read it. If you're interested in the incomplete ones, you can take it. If it can deepen your understanding of our trials and tribulations, it will have fulfilled its purpose.
That tree remained dead for thousands of years, and it figured now's a good time to come back to life.
This area is a lot about exploring the dark sides of immortality. It's like literally games are yelling you like immortality is a bad thing. You don't want it.
Go right ahead. Mr. CN said that making bookworms feel at home is more important than getting them to buy something. All we ask is that you find a quiet spot away from the browsing areas.
It's like a page present which I've mentioned. Come over to the Throwaway Pavilion and which one trust you with. Don't worry, I'll be there waiting for your presence.
Looks like the person you were waiting for has gotten in touch. Safe travels. Oh, maybe buy a book next time?
I already bought all the books you own. They're really expensive. What do you got for me, lady?
There you are, friend. You've been running so many errands lately. I'd like for you to take some useful items away with you. Examining the exhibits in the Seat of Divine Foresight inspired me to create this. I referenced some historical texts and concocted a medicine that can extend your lifespan and improve your health. I call it the Broomdew Concentrate Pellet. And I'd like you to have it. Consuming it will make your body light, agile, and promote longevity and well-being. As a nameless, it'll make your journey a much less arduous one. Well then, that's that. I've still got some other business to attend. Perhaps the next time we meet, I'll be able to see you in the true sense of the word.
Even though they can't cure the blindness, she's still trying.
Tastes a bit strange, but no adverse reaction so far.
She seems like she's hopeless, but she is still trying to cure the problem.
Wait a minute. Ugh, my head. What's happening?
Overlay.
Something's wrong. I'm burning up. Feels like I can't breathe. Ugh. Seems to be calming down a little, but still uncomfortable. This doesn't seem right. I'd better talk to Qingzhu at the Seat of Divine Foresight.
Yay, I took mystery drugs. I got Space China roofied.
My head again. Is Don Shu sure this Broomdew is safe for consumption? What's happening? Isn't this the Seat of Divine Foresight? Why are there so many Mara struck here? No, I can't let them get near me.
Am I hallucinating? Am I about to beat a bunch of like Cloud Knight guards?
Trickier to
Oh, the boss one.
Time for a buzz. This combat needs optimized. This is double speed.
Gale Force! Leave it to me. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this. Let's begin.
The wind is rough. From above!
I'm gonna kill the boss before he actually does anything.
I'll see you off.
And remove his lifesteal.
Huh. More enemies.
The boss still hasn't had a turn yet. The boss is about to die.
Spirit never dies.
Sorry, dude.
What happened to you? Careful! Don't hurt her!
Oh,
Hey, wake up!
your character talks a lot in this game. They're really talkative.
Stars! You're finally awake. I thought we might lose you. I was so worried. You came into the seat of divine foresight and started brandishing your weapon. It looked like you'd lost control. As if you'd been stricken with Mara. There has to be something awry. Tell me what happened to you before arriving at the seat of divine foresight.
Was Danzu the traitor the entire time?
From what you're saying, it seems like the gift she gave to you must be related to the disciple's prescription we examined earlier. But the healer who examined you just now said your body doesn't seem to have been affected. How strange. Could Donshu be playing a trick on you? Or is her medicine somehow not working as planned? My advice is to come back later for another examination. It's a Disciples of Sanctus Medicus prescription after all. Who knows what healing effects it may have. I'll put out a wanted notice for Donshu immediately. If you find any trace of her, get in touch with me. Take this Diting with you. It might just help you find this friend.
I'm gonna go kick her ass.
Donshu isn't here. Where could she be? I've got it. Donshu's medicine box has her scent on it. I'll ask the Diting that Qingzu lent me to track her.
Yeah, like in all these Hovers games, whenever there's main story stuff, your characters talk. But the main character talks a lot more in this.
I need you to help me find Donshu.
A Rubik's Cube. Evil.
Donshu.
Evil lady.
Master, stand back. Let me handle this.
Stand down. She's a friend.
Many of our brethren have fallen by her hands.
Yes, I am aware.
What?
I said she's my friend. Leave us.
Yes, Master.
She's the head of the Crazy Medical Association.
I didn't expect you to come looking for me.
So you're the head of the Disciples of
The
Sanctimonious.
head? What a crude way of putting it. I am master of the Disciples of Sanctus Medicus, scion of Merciful Medicus, and I shall lead the entire Xianzhou Alliance onto the path of abundance. Did you ingest the Broomdew concentrate pellet I gave you? That which the elixir seekers that arrive on the Xianzhou dream of. The formula to immortality. To take it is to initiate the transformation from a short-lived species into a Xianzhou person or an abomination, depending on your perception. Please believe me when I say that never once have I thought about harming you. I merely wanted to offer you the chance to obtain immortality and freedom. Friend, please, I urge you to leave the Luofu. Abandon this struggle. The truth isn't what it appears to be. What did the minions at the seat of divine foresight tell you about this conflict? That the Rainbow Arbiter is the emissary of the righteous? That the Arbiter is chasing the heathen plague's author across the stars, while the disciples of Sanctus Medicus abet their heresy? Do you really think that is the case? You don't understand Merciful Medicus, nor the devilish archer author, but you understand me. Do you see me as such? A heretic?
You literally tried to drug me.
To pick a side. I just wish for you to leave the Luofu, to leave this all behind. This isn't your fight, and I do not wish to make an enemy of you. Most unfortunate. Had you known me first, perhaps we could have been good friends.
Master, we should leave now.
I sincerely wish that this will be our last meeting. Farewell, Nameless.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Gale Force!
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Time for
Oh,
a buzz.
actually a big one.
Nothing major.
Forever.
You chose the wrong enemy. I'll see you off.
More enemies.
Timely treatment.
This combat needs optimizing. This is double speed.
Let's turn that regen off, shall we?
I can take it. Gale Force! The wind is rising. Bolt! From the blue!
You know nothing of the way. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. You chose the wrong enemy.
Stay the course. To the clouds!
Can I have fun with it?
I'd better report my findings to Qingzhou at the seat of divine foresight.
Ancient StarRail Part 2. I see that little shit. Charge! Oh, no you don't. You're not going anywhere.
Time for a buzz.
As easy as that.
This is double speed.
Spirit never dies. Gale Force!
You know nothing. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Let's settle this.
More.
Stay the course. To the clouds!
Leave it to me. I'll see you off.
Okay, it's dead.
And return!
galaxy is vast beyond compare. The next destination, up to you.
Yeah.
Did you manage to locate Don Shu?
About that.
So you weren't able to apprehend her. I see. These people have been in hiding for so long. They must have a more nefarious plan. I've got to apprehend them quickly. Once again, thank you for all your help. With your intel, we will put a stop to Don Shu. Jing Yuan tells me you'll be joining the forces led by the Alchemy Commission and Master Diviner. I won't take up any more of your time. Please, take good care of yourself. If you run into Don Shu again, contact the nearest Cloud Knights. Take this as a token of my appreciation. You deserve it.
Okay. That's the current end of the story. Interesting. What else is Josie? Where's your assistant? Anything the matter? Remember the time you defeated Amara stuck in the plaza historically saved the Dragon Lady? I remember. Please take some time to visit the Realm Keeping Commission. Oh then, so let's do some character missions. I have 4 character missions to do. Eeny, meeny, miny. I'm gonna go to the toilet, then I'll pick one. Oh, look at these purple ones, and people in chat can choose. Tell me which one you want me to do. No one's had any choices? Let's do... That one's for Hook. That's for the healing lady. Let's do this one. This is for the little dragon lady. So I'm keeping commission. This is her character story quest.
Household registration always takes forever.
Oh, so you are. And these would be Miss March 7th and Mr. Yang, I presume.
That's right. I'm the first one. He's the second. We're here to help.
March, try not to sound too excited. We're here for work, remember?
You're the one getting excited. My first detective case. Finally, my intelligence and wisdom have a chance to shine.
Miss March, Mr. Yang, I've been looking forward
Insert
to meeting
doubt here.
Make yourselves comfortable. One moment, please. Jingyan! Give me the photos!
Coming. Stop yelling. Thanks for waiting. These are the Outworld travelers who were sighted in the location specified by the General and the Master Diviner. This was 2 days before the Ambrosial Arbor came back to life.
We'd like you to take a look. Do you recognize any of them as a threat?
Let me take a look. So these are the suspects. Uh-huh. I see. What's wrong, Mr. Yang? See anything fishy?
Was that a flashback to the previous game?
I'd like to see more information on him.
Which one? Let me see.
I thought we talked about copying people.
I don't have any concrete evidence, but I think he's worth checking out.
Oh, him? I remember
You know,
him.
the
He's a
things like
traveling
flashbacks
merchant.
from Honkai Impact
He trades
3rd.
throughout the universe. Knows a thing or two about remedial arts, too. He registered himself on the Xianzhou as... what was it again?
Locha. His name is Locha.
That's right, Locha. He came to the Xianzhou with a huge box this time. Some sort of funerary contraption. It had a funny name. Something to do with coughing. And it was pretty conspicuous. I had to ask him about it.
Sarcophagus.
A coffin. It's a tool that certain non-Shinjo travelers seem to use in death rites. I'm guessing our guests here might recognize it.
Huh. I swear he said coughing. Anyway, we checked him out. His record on the Xianzhou is squeaky clean. As for this caffeine thing...
Coffin.
Yeah. Either way, it definitely had something to do with funerals. There are lots of travelers on the Lafu, each with their own star system and death rites. I guess that must be Locha's line of work. Is there something up with him?
Not necessarily, but I have my reasons for wanting to investigate. What was he doing in the days leading up to the Ambrosial Arbor's resurrection?
That's complicated. Come with me to the Four-Square Mirror. It'll be easier to explain. Exalting Sanctum is one of the Lafu's crucial central cities. The higher-ups are very concerned about security issues here. That's why there are so many Psycranes stationed in the area. Locha arrived on the Lafu a few days prior to the Ambrosial Arbor's resurrection. Up until the day before the resurrection, there was nothing suspicious about his behavior.
I figured it out! The day before the resurrection, he appeared near the Ambrosial Arbor with a Stellaron. Oh yeah, I guess. You're pretty smart. Sometimes.
You lot are enthusiastic, I'll give you that. The reason I mentioned the day before the resurrection is because we have no idea what he did that day. The resurrection brought about unusual yin-yang phenomena that caused the entire Psycrane system to malfunction. The image data from the day of the incident is beyond restoration, and the data from that day before was badly affected.
Why don't you just ask him?
We will, in due course. But we can't be too general. Specific questions are key. Not to mention, without a clear suspicion, it would involve multiple interrogations. So, if you feel this Lotcha is suspicious in some way, make it known. Then I can arrange for his detention and interrogation.
How should I put this? He just looks kind of...
Mr. Yang, you were going off of his appearance this whole time? I thought you had some super secret thing up your sleeve. Didn't your mom ever tell you not to judge a book by its...
Judge a book by it. Pretty handsome to me.
Huh? Well, wait,
Sorry. What I mean is... it's difficult to explain, but my instinct tells me this Lotcha is involved somehow. Apologies. I realize this is personal speculation.
That's all right. Instinct is an important part of any Realm Keeping Commission investigation. There are times when my gut tells me something's not right, and there's usually a reason for it. I'm with you on this one. Be that as it may, as an official, I can't go bringing someone in based on a villainous appearance.
Because if a complaint led to his dismissal, it would leave a blemish on his resume, making it difficult for him to advance his career for the next few centuries.
No! What are you talking about? Anyway, if you want to investigate, I can grant you access to the Foursquare Mirror. Jingyan, you'll be assisting our esteemed guests in their investigation.
Isn't it inappropriate for an officer of the Realm Keeping Commission to assist the public in investigating someone?
Not at all. Make sure you don't leave the commission. Just help them check the Psycrane footage. Keep me updated on progress. If you find hard evidence, I'll be there in a flash. One thing, though. Don't approach him. If you make a discovery, contact me first.
It's like hanging out with Dan
We're thankful
Hung.
that you're entrusting this to us. We'll keep it by the book.
Don't worry. The Express crew keeps its promises. We won't disappoint you.
Jingyan, over to you. I need to get going.
Understood. This might take you some time. Come and find me when you're ready.
Night Stranger.
I can bring up the data anytime from here.
Hello, May. How you doing, May?
I owe you two an apology. My speculations have gotten us into a delicate situation. I'll treat you to some Xianzhou delicacies later. No problem. Let's get this settled first, though.
I did want to say something, though. I don't think Mr. Yang is the kind of person to make a judgment based only on instinct.
It's not something I need to conceal from you. As you know, there are infinite worlds in this universe that can be similar, yet different from each other in various ways. The same is true of the people on those worlds. That's why it's possible for us to run into individuals on multiple worlds who share an appearance, but not a personality. For all we know, in some faraway world, March's adorable face might belong to an intergalactic pirate.
I knew she was suspicious.
Hey, he was just giving
setting an example. I'm the nicest girl in the galaxy.
However, in most cases, their fates will walk a similar course. I've seen two people who looked almost identical to this Luo Cha. They were not of the virtuous persuasion. That's why the moment I laid eyes on him, a chill ran down my spine. March is right. We shouldn't judge a book by its cover. But I can't overlook this.
What are you talking about? Of course we trust your judgment, Mr. Yang. Right?
I'm glad you believe in me, truly. But the problem remains. Will the Realm Keeping Commission trust a judgment based on this logic?
From a Xianzhou legal standpoint, the Realm Keeping Commission is unable to accept a judgment like this. It's not that we distrust you, Mr. Yang, but we cannot act on groundless accusations. I hope you understand.
Of course. We raised the accusation. We will carry the burden of proof.
Hoo-wee! We may be new to the Xianzhou, but we're already investigating the mysterious disappearance of Luocha. Am I? I feel pretty normal. Anyway, this case has really got my detective blood pumping. I need to get to the bottom of it. I've been familiarizing myself with the Angler mystery lately. I think it's safe to say I have the best investigative mind on the Express at this point. You have good taste, Miss March. The Angler mystery is a classic detective novel on the Xianzhou. I read it when I was young and dreamed about working in the commission ever since. I didn't think it would be attracting new readers over 200 years later. A fellow reader! But Miss Qingyan, the author, Su Feng, was the lead medical assistant in an apothecary, and the main character, the Angler, is a healer. Why didn't you want to join the Alchemy Commission instead? A number of reasons. This job may be trivial, but I have my reasons for being here. Plus, the threshold for the Alchemy Commission was too difficult for me to reach. Oh, I see. But your lives are so long. Shouldn't career change be easy? I considered it once. That was a long time ago. The longer I stay in this job, the more I understand its purpose. Fighting crime, helping the weak, solving the problems no one wants to touch. It's a satisfying feeling. Wow! Good for you, Miss Qingyan.
Sounds like you really care.
Hoo-wee! I've been familiar. I didn't think. What?
Sounds like you.
I can bring up the data anytime. All right.
Here we go. Detective story.
As official Dahao mentioned, the Arbor caused unusual yin-yang phenomena, which affected the entire Cycrane system. We lost a lot of video footage, and for the image data we recovered, the timestamps are all jumbled up. Look, this is Mr. Luocha on the day prior to the resurrection. So we have to clean up and reorder the footage ourselves? Exactly. Thank you again for your help. This is your forte. Over to you.
Aren't you the genius detective?
And you're the sidekick.
Oh, here's across the street. Turn this to a strange corner. Looks dangerous, but he doesn't seem to care at all. There's nothing he has placed, nothing is holding his hand. Richard walked into a small inn without any heavy luggage. Richard walked into a spare time bookshop, stepped out for a while, left nothing in his hand, perhaps he didn't buy anything. Richard was looking into a distant stock consulting sanctum. The coffin at his side. Maybe he just left the gift. Maybe he's waiting for new gift. He walked on the dock for a while, put aside the luggage, leaning against the rail, watching the gift pass by the docks.
Oh, what do you think? Any idea what the correct order is? Hmm, 2314. Luocha emerges from the inn, goes to Spare Time Bookshop, turns into an alley, then appears at the dock with his luggage. Oh, I know! He must have found a treasure map at Spare Time Bookshop. He went into the alley to dig it up on second thought. Really? So Luocha enters Spare Time Bookshop and then the inn, but leaves moments after empty-handed. Then he turns a corner into a dark alley, and then goes to the dock with all that luggage? Do you think he captured someone and put them in the coffin?
That's quite a conjecture, March. The Xianzhou scans all luggage moving into and out of their territory. It'd be nearly impossible to pull off. Not to mention, when Luo Cha turns the corner, he doesn't have the coffin with him.
Oh, thank goodness. Let me see if this order works. Luocha exits the Star Skiff, enters Exalting Sanctum, goes into an inn, and puts down his luggage, including the coffin. Then he goes to Spare Time Bookshop, but doesn't buy anything. Finally, he leaves and turns a corner into a dark alley.
The logic in this is sound. Looks like the correct order. Nice work.
Nice work indeed. You're sidekick to a genius detective after all. Where does this corner lead to?
I checked the map and found a gate in this open area. Look, there's a small dock on the other side. He may have left on a star skiff.
Why would he leave Exalting Sanctum via a secluded dock? That's so suspicious.
I don't think Mr. Luocha could have departed from there. The dock you're referring to is Yunshou Crag 999. It belongs to the seat of Divine Foresight. It's only used during invasions. That's why that gate is almost always locked. As far as I know, it's been locked for centuries and only gets opened for occasional inspections.
The key question is, when did he leave? There's only one gate in this area, at least on the map. Miss Jingyan, does the remaining footage show anyone else entering or leaving this place?
I can find out, but you'll have to wait a while. Most of the footage was lost, but at least there was a whole day of recording. There's a lot that needs checking and confirming first.
Understood. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We'll be waiting. Patiently.
Your assistance in this matter is what requires gratitude. I'll get you what you need as soon as possible. Thanks for waiting. I checked all of the footage we have of the open area. I say all. A lot of it was lost.
Are the corrupted parts recoverable? Can we use the same methods again?
For some of them, maybe. But I can't guarantee anything.
Thank you. Did you find anything in the remaining footage worth paying attention to?
Only that someone left the area through that exit around 2 hours after Luocha's appearance here. Luocha's nowhere to be seen now.
Isn't this a scene from the Angler mystery? Shush, you're being annoying. I'm not kidding. This is straight out of the book.
Now that you mention it.
I'm not sure I follow.
The Angler's origin story, of course. He's a healer from the Alchemy Commission who gets on the wrong side of a mysterious organization called the Tea Society. 2 agents in dark clothing wait for him to be alone and then poison him. The drug has the same de-aging effect as the Vidyadhara's hatching rebirth. The Angler gets younger and turns back into a child. From there on out, the Angler pursues the Tea Society while solving all kinds of strange cases.
drug only de-ages the body. It can't repair damage to the soul. In other words, it's like molting, not a true rebirth.
Patching rebirths are specific to the Vidyadhara. Can humans also experience de-aging?
It's just a novel. Who knows if something like that could happen in reality? I thought of it as soon as I saw this footage, though.
Sufang, the author, was a medical assistant in the Alchemy Commission. The medical principles of the novel are strictly grounded in reality.
True. If someone from the Alchemy Commission was suggesting it could be done, then there's always a possibility.
So, March, what you mean is, the two people in dark clothing are Tea Society agents, and the child is a de-aged Lawcha?
What if a crazy angler mystery fan decided to commit a copycat crime? Lawcha gets turned into a child, then follows a mysterious duo in black.
The child in the footage has black hair. Lawcha's hair is blonde.
Maybe he dyed his hair.
Hold your horses, everyone. I recognize this child now. That's Yinshu, the young shopkeeper at Spare Time Bookshop.
Too bad, March. No de-aging, no angler.
A detective's initial conjectures are bound to be wrong. Totally expected.
The Psycranes weren't able to get a clear look at the two people in dark clothing. Let's ask Inshu, maybe...
I'll keep trying to recover the lost footage.
All right, let's go!
Household register.
It's a mystery. A murder mystery. Crap. I summoned Black Orb of Death.
I don't see the shopkeeper. Let's look for her in the area.
Business hours aren't over yet. She should be nearby.
Okay.
Have you read the novel about the Ten Lords Commission?
A new edition after so many years? Looks like I made the right choice coming to the Lawfu. As soon as we've cracked this case, I'm getting myself a copy. Su Fong is the greatest.
Nerd. Oh, we're on temporary business. We can back later.
Looks like Yinshu isn't here after all. Where could she be?
Demonic, mysterious, treacherous. The Jinsha masterpiece records the supernatural on sound now.
80,000 for this one.
That's 2D. It's all flat in there. It looks 2D, but it's all flat.
Hey, mister. Are you manning the counter for the young shopkeeper of Spare Time Bookshop?
Huh? Young shopkeeper? You mean Yingshu? Yeah, I am. Something wrong?
Can you please tell us where she is?
Why should I?
Because we're asking nicely? What's with the attitude?
I can tell you. If you'll pay me 500 strands.
Pay you? What is this? You want paying for a simple favor?
Come on. No one ever tell you that information and intelligence are the most valuable commodities?
This guy doesn't seem like the negotiable type.
Oh, you dare threaten me? Do you know who I am?
The question is, do you know who we are?
Violence solves everything.
Oh, you mean like the one in that work of fiction? Who are you trying to kid?
Huh. And who do you think were the inspiration for the Tea Society? Us.
Sounds like a pack of lies. Still, they don't seem like pushovers. Dang it! Am I in trouble? Ugh, better to live and find another day. Ugh, forget it. I'm not stooping to your level. Inshu said she had a voucher for a food stall over in Exalting Sanctum. She wanted to use it before it expired. You know, she's not been gone long. Probably finishing up her food right now.
About time you saw the light.
Have you read
So she asked.
You two go ahead.
We'll be back soon. Are you Yinshu? The shopkeeper at Spare Time Bookshop? There's something we want to talk to you about.
Yeah, that's me. Can I help you?
You're heading back to the store, right? Let's walk and talk. I'll tell you all about it on the way.
Oh, okay. Let's go. That footage, I remember that day. After I closed up the store, I walked around for a while. I was looking for a place to read. I found that empty area. It seems like a good reading spot at first, but then I noticed two people dressed in dark clothing, and a blonde outworlder hanging around. Something didn't feel right. So I left. Those two people left the same way I did.
So you just happened to be going the same way. Did you see what the Outworlder was doing?
Sorry. I was only trying to find a place to read. I didn't pay much attention to him. Or the two in dark clothing. All I remember is the two people in dark clothing... They smell pretty bad. I guess that's not much of a clue. Sorry I can't give you any useful information.
On the contrary, any information you can give is valuable. Thank you very much. Still, according to the Psycrane recordings, Walcha's final stop before heading towards the open area was your store.
My store? Spare Time Bookshop? You're sure he came to... Oh, that's right. I remember now, he did pay a visit. Oh, how could I forget? He came in, looked at a few titles, and then handed one to me. An old paperback. Everything seemed normal, but after paying for it, he immediately tore off the title page. I was shocked, but he was grinning ear to ear, so I didn't dare ask him about it. After that, he just left the book on the counter and went on his way. I can't believe I'd forget something like that. I guess the Ambrosial Arbor's resurrection the day after pushed everything else to the back of my mind.
So, what was the book?
The Angler Mystery. I was wondering what to do about it. I can't sell a book without a title page. But since you asked about it, here, you can have it.
Mr. Yang's instinct was right all along. Locha is a villain. How could he do this? Tearing up a book as well written as the Angler Mystery. Unacceptable. If I knew the answer to that, wouldn't that make me as evil as him?
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're forgetting that the Realm Keeping Commission was initially investigating whether someone brought a dangerous object onto the Lawfu. Dahao and the others are probably not aware of what that dangerous object might be, but we know for a fact that it's the Stellaron. I think that by removing the page, Lawcha may have provided us with a key piece of the puzzle.
I don't understand. What does tearing out a page have to do with the Stellaron? Are you following Mr. Yang?
Exactly. I think Lotcha may have friends on the Luofu, and they're using the title page to communicate.
That makes him even worse! How dare he use a book that praises justice for his evil plans?
I'm afraid evil plans are still within the realm of speculation at this stage. We have no way of knowing exactly what he did because the Psycrane data was lost.
So, is this a dead end?
You got a message. I fixed some footage. That's good.
Ah, that's more like it. New clues always turn up in the nick of time.
You read the
Where did Yunshin get to? I asked him to watch the shop while I used my voucher. He's often hanging around here.
That crook wanted to cheat us out of 500 strails.
What? You didn't...
Of course not.
You two are...
That's right.
Here.
Don't worry.
Tasty fried nutrients. That's cool. Let's stop there and come back to this. I'm gonna spend the rest of my resin for the end of tonight. Gotta get you leveled up. I have no material for you.
Trick time for a buzz.
To the clock.
Nothing major.
Time for a buzz. This is double speed.
Gale force. Bolt from the bow.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. Bloom. Then return!
I'm fine.
To the clock.
Sting down.
Time for a buzz.
As easy as that. Gale force.
More energy. This combat needs... This is double speed.
Leave it to me. But you chose the wrong enemy.
Can I have...
To the clock.
Let's begin. You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice. I'll see you.
Gale force.
Leave it to me. But
You took the bait.
Violence being committed. I can't even afford another round.
I'm glad we're all out safely.
Man, I rolled all into speed. Being a pretty fast boy. Does he outspeed her now? He does. He's going too fast. Any speed on you? You do not. Let's swap these things around just to make it so. So she's faster than Welt. Not gonna be faster than you. You have speed boots on, don't you? Yeah, that's where you're getting all your speed from. I don't think I have a better imaginary body, do I? No. Any better relics? Only got defense? Jesus. I got this one. Maybe I could... wanted that one actually. What a lot of effective resistance on it. Quite a lot of effective resistance. You rope to fit this piece. Oh god, it says you have no rope that belongs to the same piece. That's unfortunate. Defense. Oh, I need energy recharge actually. We have a break effect, but it's for the wrong stat. Really gotta grind out some better gear for him. Also need some money.
From the blue!
And return!
This is double speed. Time for a bug.
Gale Force!
More enemies.
You chose the wrong enemy.
Can I have fun this time? Time for a bug.
Stay the course. To the clouds!
The wind is rising.
Bull! From the blue!
Leave it to me. Receive divinity.
Good as new.
Repay. You know nothing of the weight behind this power. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
This is double speed.
And return!
Gale Force!
I think I might have really messed up my speed stats. Or it was just kind of random. What speed fell below Loach's, that's why. I'm guessing this piece had speed on it, the headpiece. Alright. Well, there's the speed. I knew the greasy blind lady. Raiders and Stars. These are the story ones. We designed your times. I got nothing on the 10 pool. I'd like to get Dance Dance Dance. It's a really good one, but really shouldn't pull in the weapon banner. I'll get these eventually. I can't recall there for tonight. Thank you all so much for coming. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back again tomorrow night. I'm most likely doing Tears of the Kingdom. Until then, have a great night, everyone, and I'll see you all next time. Bye.